everybody. Happy New Year. I am not sure how we're doing right now. I'm looking at my kilobytes per second. We seem to be doing okay, but it was dipping into the slow there for a little bit, so I'm not sure. Hopefully we're doing good. I hope everybody had a fantastic New Year. I think we're in business. I have not done a lot of the upgrades to the interface that I was planning over the holiday break, but they're still in the works on my to-do list. But let me see, where are we right now? I still want to have an intermission montage thing that makes a lot prettier to look at with slideshows. I started building that with artwork from some of my some guest and fan art that I have in the gallery over on middleagecomic.com. And if you take a look at that, I made like a full screen slideshow, but even with having them on the screen for quite a bit of time, it doesn't run the full length. I need to do other things like that. But anyway, join the next episode. I was kind of hoping that I'd be into the coloring stage of this one, but I went back and forth a lot with the characters here in terms of laying everything out and making sure that the figures are all balanced on the page. You can see that there's a lot of layers here of just figuring things out, and I haven't quite figured them all out. Let me see. Okay, so that was mostly my lettering, my balloons. I have drawn the figures here. This is lightly spoilery, but I don't think there's no surprises here, I don't think. So if you're caught up on the story, you'll see what's happening here. I didn't really like how these figures, they were kind of static, and I don't know, they look frozen. I was pretty happy with how our hero looks here, stabbed on the ground. If I end up with any more time, I might make that sword a little bit larger. It's well drawn, I think. It looks good in perspective, but it probably could be a little bit larger. Hey, Xantelis, let me see if I can get my chat working here. Over on Twitch. Nice to see you. Drawing with chat. No, the chat is not chats. I might have to figure that out. There's supposed to be chat below on the screen right below me right here. I should be able to see what people are saying. Where are we? Thanks for stopping in. I hope this won't take too long, but I'm going to muck around with my settings here for a second to make sure your comment's supposed to appear here below. I'm drawing the next episode of my webcomic. I'm working still in Procreate on an iPad Pro. And right now I'm futzing around with the embed to stream function. Copy. I had some filtering going on, which I might remove. Because I have a kind of a station identification text thing that pops up, and I'm afraid that's going to intrude in the... because it generally will crowd out comments from people. I want to together, but because I'm streaming currently, this is going to Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitch. And so when the station ID pops up, it pops up in all three of those things, and it crowds out the box below. So let me see if I can modify this just for a second. Paste. That seems to be the same code. How do I refresh that? Well, we'll sort that out. If I have to put my little slideshow below me, that's what I'm doing. All right. But I will preview that from time to time and see if I can see what I see. I hope I'm not missing out. I'm certainly going to be missing out on other people's comments. Please bear with me. I don't know why it's not appearing on the screen. But again, I took a week off, and so and also moved this computer when I traveled, so I might have messed something up. So I apologize for that. Anywho. I wasn't really happy with these two figures. They're a little static, and they really didn't feel like they had a relationship with one another, like they weren't moving around one another. So the next one I did was, characters, these two knights that are approaching figure, our fallen hero, very much feel like they're in the same space. Like one's giving the other one a little more room. They feel like they're a little large compared to our hero, so I'm going to shrink them just a little bit. And hopefully the audio and everything else is doing great. Let's see, again, we streaming everywhere we need to be streaming? Sure seems like it. Wait, am I on? Yeah, online. Fantastic. Okay. Here we go. So just a little bit. And this is the new schedule. I did a few test streams, broadcasts, what have you, last year, working out some of the bugs. And now I feel like I got them sorted out pretty much, apart from the chat thing not appearing the way it's supposed to. And so now the plan is that every Monday and Wednesday I will be here and sharing my drawing and my process with everybody. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, before getting into the inks, I'm going to do one more pass of tight pencils just to make sure I'm happy with these figures. Add a little more. Again, everything's a little stiff. What I don't like is when the head is locked at a 90-degree angle to the shoulders, so I'm going to line this up a little bit. Oop, free form. I used to zoom in and try to do like the little 2-finger scale and zoom of figures, but since Procreate introduced that little green handle at the top, I just found it much easier to rotate elements by just grabbing that. I have a little bit of a reference for what these knights, the shield that these knights have. It's a little bit of a crest from the on it, and I will use that to draw the shields so that they feel a bit more consistent. One less thing to think about. Hey LJ, how are you? Nice to see you. Right now I think I might have an issue with the chat below. It's nothing's appearing and I don't know why. So I might have to go back to our olden times ways of... I wonder why it's not appearing. So until I can get that figured out, I'm going to just have the slideshow below. But super nice to see you, and I will just relay messages from the group. So, okay. Is the relevant box behind something else? Relevant box behind something else. You know, that's that could be possible. You mean like in the slideshow? You know what? I do not think so. That blue box is... No, that's the only thing. That's the chat window for Restream service I use to send it to all the different destinations. So I'm not sure. That blue box is usually where it is appearing. I haven't changed that setting. More bug to work out. As I get for using the free version of everything. All right, well, go back to my wee drawing. LG asks, "How was your holidays?" They were nice. They were somewhat relaxing. It was a lot of travel. I travel with my cats because they can't be left alone. One needs medication every day, and I've had some bad luck too. So I'm gonna start this over. I've had some bad luck putting into little cat hotels, like they come back to these or something like that, or so taken with me, and they don't like the travel. But it was lovely to see family, and had a lovely time. 8, all good. And the New Year's was quiet, and excited to be back here. Excited to be back drawing. I hope to work up a kind of a fancier intermission. I don't want this guy to look like he's smiling. He's a bit of a jerk. So I don't want him to look like Santa. I've only introduced him for a moment in the previous episode, but he gets a little mean with our hero. So, and the dialogue will indicate that he's not the nicest chap. Got another screen of my previous episode, which I generally will take a look at from time to time just to make sure I'm kind of staying on model. These guys don't really have a, I didn't do a model sheet for them. I didn't do like here's an in-depth character design, because I don't anticipate having to draw them a lot. But I do want to make it consistent from episode to episode, even though I'm done on the fly. Browsers all clicking so I can at least see Evil Santa. Got it. I hope Xantelius, am I saying that right? On Twitch it says Evil Santa. And because I redrew the figure, I sort of roughly placed in like the hands and how this fellow's holding the sword. His sword. I think in the previous episode I just kind of drew it as a short sword. It's not entirely clear. And in the next panel, I've already drawn this next panel a bit more. I wasn't entirely happy with the way that guy's holding the spear. I had a weird hand holding it. All right, Zan, I got it. I wasn't entirely happy with how that fellow was holding the spear. So, and it's still, the spear looks like it's off by a little bit. Like I should need to move it so it lines up behind those knuckles. Where are we? There we are. The main issue with it is that I don't want it to be too close to the sword in the ground. So it's a big idea of never having two things parallel to one another unless I really intend it. Otherwise, they'll look like they're connected in some way, or that I meant them to be connected in some way. These guys mostly have a generic costume. Initially, some of the knights had chainmail like our hero, but if you're familiar with my comic strip, the chainmail texture gets really complicated and can be a real bear. Oh, I don't like that foot at all. It's like a hoof. Oh, I did it wrong again. It's a tough angle. I try to avoid these overhead shots, but if I always avoid them, I will never learn how to draw them. And you can kind of see on this figure how I drew the arm under the shield, just so I have a sense of how it lands and how it folds, where the shield should be in relationship to the body. And the idea is that there's a couple of straps, Captain style, behind the shield, so it should sit roughly there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw the shields on the two guys in the back here first, because again I have those models, not models, but those initial I can lay down on top of and draw from the model. wonder why. It perplexes me that the chat's not working. First stream of the year. Let me see if I can sort that. Yeah. Zan asks if they're left-handers. I'm like, it tends to be whatever I need them to be in the story. I don't, Zan, you ask a great question. Yeah, they're left-handers. They're definitely lefties. And I think it was, I'm always flopping my work back and forth. And I had to establish early on that our hero in the story is ambidextrous because, the sword talks. And so, depending on who has the first line in the story, like if the sword has the first line of the story, he'll be left, and if he's if he's responding to what the said, he's got to be on the right. So I'll move it back and forth. Or sometimes the sword will, be at an angle, or might cut across our hero's chest, like he might be holding it at a diagonal. That way he can still respond, but be in the same hand, somewhat consistent from page to page. So I thought I turned off. No. Of course, my phone decides to ring the machine. I'm going to try to sort out the chat thing. Let me see if I can do that. If you all be patient for a second. But yeah, they're all... I want to worry about the Restream chat is not working yet. It could be a temporary glitch issue on Restream's end. If it's not working Wednesday, then mess with it. That's fair. I just feel bad because I do know that people like to talk with each other. And I hate to be... Oh! No. Okay. Okay, no. I was afraid I just broke it. Studio mode. This lets me see a little bit of scenes for a second. Oh, the chat's not back yet. Silly chat. Okay. Enough. Absolutely right. I shan't futz with it. And we'll just have my show below. Which just means I need to make a prettier slideshow. So characters in here are definitely southpaws. A universe where ambidexterity is the norm. Lucky. Absolutely. So when I first drew these guards, it was just more like I wanted to have them distinguish themselves in some way and not look like the other guards I've drawn and the other knights I've drawn. So I made one look kind of a little bit younger and one a little bit older, and that absolutely changed how I wrote their dialogue for the next episode. That's kind of fun, that those things can just kind of happen. That head is way too big. The size of my head. LG writes, I'm glad you can interpret typos. And I'm like, I write mostly in typos, so I'm pretty fluent. Oh, actually, I have to change this guy's head because I thought some dialogue made me think about that character in a slightly different way. So what's happened is our hero has a talking sword. James, Happy New Year on YouTube. Nice to see you. The chat is not working. I know it's I gotta sort it all out. LJ and Zan have been very kind and very patient with me. And oh, it looks like we have some. No need to. If you're comfortable in the shadows, I don't mean to. I don't mean to chase you out of them. But yeah, everyone's been very kind about the technical glitch. I came back to the new year thinking this was going to be a whole new sci-fi, super perfect presentation, and instead it's got some issues. Yeah, so in the previous episode, our hero is attempting to he has a scheme to get into the king's camp, and he has a talking sword which can't really hurt him physically. It can sting him emotionally, for sure. There's some things that really hurt. But the sword can't really hurt him, so our hero's big idea is to have the sword sticking out of his chest. And to be injured and use that as a ruse to get into the camp. I think that's self-explanatory. I don't think there's any spoilers in that. I think his plan was pretty clear to the readers. But I hope everybody had a brilliant new year. So I want this guy to be moving forward more, like really kind of taking charge of the scene. And I want the other guy to be more hesitant. I want their body language to tell different stories. I don't think I've streamed this portion of the drawing before. I think I've streamed like doing a pinup, or coloring, or drawing chainmail, but not really the part where I figure all this stuff out. And this really is like phase 9 of everything I'm doing here. I can show you some previews of how it all started. Turn off that layer. Turn off my inks so far. And that hand stuff there. Okay. So, oof. Let me increase the... So, I don't know if you can see it, but this is the very, very rough. Like, I got to just figure out kind of where things... and from that immediately gets turned into... Oh boy, that's a very light drawing. Let me see if I can pump up the volume a little bit there. There we go. Sorting things out, where the figures are in relationship to our hero. Still sorting out where pieces go. After that, I do another tighter version, and okay, now we're getting close. Things like having this guy pick our hero's corpse. I really like this panel. It had some motion to it. So much so that I'm thinking about grabbing these pencils again and using them in the current layout. Like, I think I've gotten away from them. Like, the view is... I think I've changed the way our hero is laying on the ground. I think I've given it a little more perspective, so it's not quite the aerial view, but gosh, there's something I like about that. I think I didn't like... There's something off about the other figures. But this I was super in love with. I felt like there was a lot of... This will just be silhouettes, but I really liked the feel for the figure and their weight. Zan writes, this is the first stream I'm catching. I only found out when I read of the... oh, thanks so much. On the Patreon emails. Oh, well, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, this is my... I did some streams at the end of last year. I was really trying to sort all these bugs out, like the stream that's not working. But yeah, but it's been a lot of fun. And I hope to do more of this in 2022. This was more sorting stuff out. Initially, we had Bob doing a bit of a face palm with multiple palms, but it doesn't read all that well. It's not really... Also, Bob's showing too much emotion. I kind of like Bob being much more inscrutable. This was sorting out a little more detail, cleaning up that figure, and drawing through the figure. It's really important that when the character's on the ground that I draw through so I know how that back leg is. Even though we don't see that back leg and how it's grounded, it's important that I draw it so the rest of his figure feels like he's got a leg. Even if we don't see it. That's the shield reference that I use with the King's lion type crest. And then this was the rough pencils before I was moving to the next stage. Bob's in from the back. He's wearing a hat that has come up again and again. Not entirely because of demand from readers on webtoons and Tapas, but a little bit. Okay, where are we? We'll turn our inks back on. And then this is just the hat. I keep the hat layer. I keep just so I make sure it's consistent from scene to scene. You know what? I'm gonna I am going to do it. I'm going to paste. Wait, did I paste? Maybe I didn't copy. I really like those figures from Pencils too. I'm going to try it. I'm going to see if I'm going to place them in there and see if I like them in the new context. When you use Procreate, if you use 3 fingers swipe down, you get a menu that's up, which you can change what those are, but that's how I get to my copy menu. There's a bit more movement to those figures. You know what? I'm gonna meet them halfway. Oops. That's is way more Hal Fostery. That's much more naturalistic, but kind of boring. That's way better. That sketch had a lot of life in it. I'm going to stick with that. Make him a little bit bigger. The diverging angles, the way that both figures are kind of coming into it. And this is why my comic is forever. Okay, we're going to start with that, and with gusto, dive right in. Yeah, LJ, I'm very happy that it's kind of a lark at the end of one of the episodes. Bob usually speaks by holding up signage, and he had an extra line at the end, which was going to be something, I'm not entirely sure what, it had another plan initially, but then the flow of the conversation, his line didn't make it sense, or it didn't feel like it didn't flow properly. So I dropped it, and he still had room to say something, and so he asks for the hat, and immediately that's what everyone sees done. They want Bob to have the hat. So watch that become me revise the story completely around of Bob having that hat. The whole story now hinges on that. Like, had he not gotten the hat, everything would have turned out differently. The idea that this is an slightly older knight of the two of these knights who are there. That just came out of me drawing them differently in the previous episode, not really with a plan, but it changes how, like, one's clearly the older one who's a bit more in charge, a bit more aggressive. Initially, I had the story. I knew that our hero has to get into, Sir Quimp needs to get into town, needs to get into the king's camp. And that got more complicated. Like most of the things at one point early on in the story, I'm like, okay, our hero has to go into town and meet the wizard, and that's all my note really is. It's here are the things that our hero has to do. He needs this information that will let him to point B from point A, and there was no intention of there being a duck character. That just happened. As I mentioned, I think on Patreon, and maybe in one of the sketchbooks, is that initially they were going to meet the half-elf. But Melvin says that he speaks Duckish. Offhanded joke. And all that was because the joke was that, you know, Crimp's not getting any younger. Well, who is? And then, you know, Melvin says, well, I am. I'm a wizard. It's a perk of being a wizard. So it's just more of introducing Melvin and his weirdness. And that Melvin is weird, and that it will always be my get out of jail free card as I write this thing. But okay, I like. Oh, okay. That's just telling me that my little promo text is appearing in the various platforms. Oh, and by the way, I'm supposed to do a reminder. If you, no matter what platform you're on, click the subscribe or follow or thumbs up or I don't know, 5 button, whatever it is. Please do. That will tell the algorithms and the I don't know, the people of Earth that that what I'm doing has, you know, this value. Okay. Get back to that point I was saying before about rotating the heads. This guard is going to be, so our hero is come into camp acting like he's been stabbed, and this young guard is like, what's happened? You know, who killed him? Should we sound the alarm? And so he's not so focused on the dead body as much as, you know, if this were your D&D adventure, or if you were standing guard and somebody dies in front of you, you're not concerned about the dead body as much as you're concerned about whoever created the dead body. This guy's very lantern-jawed. The smoother jaw would help show the perspective a bit more, but that's that's true. Zan says depends if necromancy is a known factor. Absolutely true. I'm pretty certain I don't get it, but I just have the older knight kick the body. I think that's a nod to everyone who's played D&D, or every suspicious person watching every movie. Hold up. Now this drawing here is very, very rough at the moment, and I will sort all this out in the next phase. I know. 50 rounds of pencils. This is why my favorite part of the story is when it's the sword and our hero alone in the woods, just running around and kibitzing, because I'm not drawing a million characters. I'm not trying to balance them all and make them all look like they're the same size. That leg's going to be back. Well, he might take more of a wide stance. More like he's worried. I should twist his lower body. There's a little more to it. That's just something a cartoonist, a lot of cartoonists whose work I love, they talk about all the time that if the shoulders are on one axis or on one, one direction, that the hips should be on another. I mean, that was like a basic thing in school, but it's way easier said than done. But just seeing that right there, suddenly his figure has so much more life. He's concerned about arrows and swords coming in from off camera. He has a cape as well, but he's not moving, so it's not quite so billowy. Okay, let me see. How are we doing on the various streams and where they're going, and are we all still out there? Fantastic. Yeah, we seem to be doing all right. Light is green. What does that say? Reload. There we go. At least that one's connected. I wonder how I can reset the stream. I'm terrified to break everything. If I break everything, I'll be right back. I don't think I'm going to break everything. Although I did suddenly see the light turn from green to another color. That does reset the chat. Who knows? Studio mode, peak. Still no dice. Alright, I tried. Okay. Now, flip the drawing over because that's always a good idea. To see all the little mistakes. Or big mistakes. I think he should be more startled. And a little bit later on, I will give everyone an update on that large pinup illustration I was working on last year when I was testing software out. And given that I'm committing to doing this at least 2 times a week, I'm still planning on doing the kind of impromptu sketching and artwork. I mean, if I'm ever at this desk drawing and not, sitting in front of the TV and drawing, I'm always drawing. If I'm not doing one of those things, if I'm going to be here, I might put the stream on. I might start streaming, and when I do that, if since I'm going to do that, I might as well just go all into one of the other services, StreamYard or or one of the professional versions. That will give me a lot more bells and whistles, and I think it will make this whole thing a lot better. I was kind of disappointed with some things I could not do with this system, like the music. The music will play seamlessly if I switch from one scene to another. So like if I suddenly go full screen, that the music should play seamlessly throughout. But what I'd like to do is have the music be different volumes. Like if I step away and the back image comes up, I want the music to play a little more loudly, like, so people can hear it, and not just, because right now I want to keep it just under my voice the whole time so it doesn't get in the way. Initially I had it loud and people couldn't hear what I was saying. And it seems like that's a feature it should have. I've done some other things with this layout, but they required lots of add-ons and bonus things and lots of wonderful crowdsourced stuff, but I don't want everything held together by baling wire. It's tough. This character's got a really bushy beard, which kind of fights the false perspective I'm trying to create there. So I'm just going to bring the hairline forward a little bit more. Usually it's enough to just put the ears nice and high on the head. Like if I drew the ears down here, it would just have a different effect. By moving the ears up, it really creates that sense of looking down on the person. New Year's. I was in South Carolina. The trickiest bit was I was staying with family, and they do not drink coffee in that house. In fact, they don't like not big fans of the smell of coffee brewing in the house. So drinking coffee is pretty much the first thing I do when I wake up, and pretty much the last thing I do before I go to bed. And so that was challenging. Okay, so I want this guy's kind of bold eyebrows. And even at this angle, I'm going to over-accentuate kind of the grimace, the mean face. Okay. I feel pretty good about that. I think I can move on to inking that. So I'm duplicating my shield reference. These are all these layers I'll be deleting before moving on to the next phase of this thing. You press and hold on one of those corner points in Procreate, you can adjust the perspective a bit on the whole thing. Not true perspective, it's just close enough for comics. And because I'm a little lazy, I just duplicate the shield, and I will be tracing that thing again. But I hope everybody had a lovely new year. I hope everybody's safe. Found out a couple of friends of mine were stuck trying to fly to the west coast, to the Seattle area, and totally got waylaid by snow, and their flights were canceled. I hope everybody was safe and happy and healthy and got all the toys they wanted for Christmas. I don't think I got any toys this year. I don't think I had any on my list. All right. Every once in a while, I'll make sure a layer is empty by clicking on it and selecting it and seeing, select the contents of this layer, and if it says layer empty, that's how I know. Because sometimes a layer could just have one or two dots on it, or it might have just, I might have thickened the line around something, and so it'd be super small to see in that little thumbnail. But so I just try to select what's on that layer, and if nothing shows up, then I know I'm good to delete it or start drawing on it. Again, the darkest I ever draw is 98. When I'm coloring, I'll go to 100. But when I'm inking, 98's plenty. And these are very small lines. You can already see the pixels, but... And again, it's fake perspective, so I'm going to try to correct it a little bit as I draw. By making sure that the top portion of the disc is a little bit taller, or a little bit thicker. Add a little fake depth. And I'm assuming the logos and everything on these shields are hand done. And I can cheat by doing things like adding a nick here and there to show these shields have seen some action. And I could just have the computer complete these circles for me and make sure they're perfect. When you're drawing a Procreate, even if it's, if you're drawing it a little wobbly, you press and hold, it'll smooth it out for you, and I don't like that. I like the wobbly. I want it to be just a little wrong. That way you know a human did it. So I want it to be a little wrong, but then you see me correcting the line a million times because I don't want it to be too wrong. I want to give the illusion that I'm a human and not just a crazy person. Seems like we're streaming. We got people on a few people on the YouTubes and a few people. Oh. I wonder if I can bring that window back up. Okay, here we go. I try not to draw these kind of wood connected, not just because I think it looks more naturalistic, but because it will make coloring it easier. If there's spaces, I can just fill them all with a wood color, and that'll be plenty. If I drew those lines all the way through, they would seal each other off and create kind of a rainbow effect, which I don't want, since I want them all to be the same color later. Sometimes, like if it's a brick building, I like having the bricks as separate. I will absolutely make sure that they're distinct, discrete, contained walls, and then use that to give each one of them a slightly different cast, like they were poured into molds on different days, or that the or maybe one matched later on or something like that. Especially if it's cobblestone, I want them to have different colors and slight tints, and I'll really lean into the differences between them. Okay, so those shields are done. I might give them one more outline because they're in front of the figures, so I want them to look that way. I want them to look like they're in front. Okay, I'm going to just start drawing on the same layer, not think about it. Interestingly, I've become like this resource for people who use Procreate. In the last few days, I've gotten, well, in the last week or so, I must have gotten 6 or 7 different cartoonists asking me Procreate questions, all different, everyone experiencing different problems, or making, trying to figure out how do they record videos using it, or It's actually just challenging to keep up with all the changes. Every time I have my app set to auto update, so, and I'm always connected to Wi-Fi pretty much, so I will just log into Procreate, and it's like coming into your workshop or into your kitchen, realize everything's been moved a little bit. Like, I thought the toaster was can really throw off my rhythm and how I work. But alright, I said I was gonna work layer, but I changed my mind. Cowardice prevails once again. And yeah, I make a point of the shield and trying to do sort of a semi-realism. Not real. I'm more interested in telling the story than creating some historical document about this is what shields look like. Hal Foster, who did Prince Valiant, I mean, his stuff was so heavily researched. It was gorgeous. I mean, the characters are almost wearing like tailoring patterns. You could recreate period specific outfits with the drawings he did. Just based on the drawings, he was so accurate about everything, and researched everything. I am not gonna I'm not gonna do that. I don't think anyone would care about my story more if I did. I don't think the story would matter more if I did. His story was, you know, that's what he enjoyed doing, clearly. He drew like a dragon. I think he was drawing a dragon. It was really just a gigantic alligator. I don't know if he ever drew a dragon. You know, that might be too fantastical. I need to look into that. I'd love to see if Hal Foster ever drew anything like that. He definitely drew Merlin. But I think his preference was to draw things naturalistically. Are we okay? Still cooking. I'm going to check one thing just to make sure I'm not missing out on conversation that may or may not be happening. Hopefully it's not going to start screaming at me. It might. Don't scream at me. Be nice to me. Oh, that was a note I might have missed from LJ. Audacity audio software does. It's good to know. I'm assuming that's regarding the ability to control the audio level scene to scene. I am not inclined to keep the YouTube window open because it's going to just impact my stream speed because I'm downloading so much content at the same time I'm uploading. I'm certain they're going to cannibalize each other. Alright, I've closed that YouTube window out. Hopefully, if there was any stuttering there, it's gone. I'm not sure if that's going to affect, if that was because of a bandwidth, of, you know, cannibalizing each other's bandwidth or processing power. I don't know if checking on my phone would have produced less of a issue. I drew the spear on its own layer just so I could delete the when it goes behind the fingers. The layer won't live for long. LJ writes, I know a lot of costumers and historical garment makers that insist on accuracy. One even insists on sewing on period sew machines. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. JRD, hey, how are you? JRD is appearing over on the YouTubes. We've got some on Twitch, some on the YouTubes, and sorry, JRD, the screen chat thing is not cooking unless JRD fixed it. Let me go to studio mode for a moment. Nope. Magic would set it straight. But Happy New Year, my friend. And for all I know, I broke the stream myself in that I was trying to create filters which would hide the tags that every once in a while, if you're depending on where you're seeing this, you will see a my webcomic, blah blah blah, age is free to read, blah blah blah, support me on Patreon, blah blah blah. Then when that text pops up, it appears on the various platforms I'm streaming, and it could repeat itself, and that's not cool. So I created some filters that would block out me and restream, but I know, and even though I've deleted those filters, for all I know, that's the thing keeping the filters from doing what I need to do. Filtering. Yeah, I don't have any filters cooking at the moment that I'm aware of. Yeah, the preview looks good. I do not know why. I can also open it in a browser. The heck I can? The douche you say? Aw. We're trying one more time. Properties. Oh. What did I do differently? If people don't mind saying a little... Oh, wait, up on the chat. JRD writes, I'm okay. A bit under the weather, literally. The storm that dumped half of snow on us today brought a wicked migraine with it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jaredy. Jaredy says, so today I just updated my Patreon page and I'm going to chill a bit before going to pay the bill, because that's always fun. Fair point. I'm cautiously optimistic that the chat is ready to display messages, so if anybody within the sound of my voice cares to type anything, we can see if we're back in business. I was saying before is that this is a bit of a different approach. Ta-da! Hey, that's fantastic. I can honestly say it had nothing to do with anything I did. I am not qualified in any way. Pure miracle. But I only want to do this if everybody can see what everyone else is saying, because that's 3/4 of the fun. JRD, I brought that on myself. I brought that on myself. LJ, isn't that always the way? Fix something and can't figure out what the solution is? I totally agree. A little station ID that's not auto-generated by the robots. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist. I don't think I've said this since the start of this episode. Okay, so I've started the new year off on the... my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for ages. My latest webcomic is called The Middle Age. It is a silly fantasy story about a knight on a quest to rescue his love. And that is ostensibly the quest, but it's a bit sillier, dumber, and bigger than that. It's also described as a knight in love with a dragon. One of my favorite descriptions of it was, which I've since used in advertising copy, is that it is the Monty Python meets his bride, which is like pretty much the nicest thing anybody could say. And more recently, the thing anybody could say, certainly apart from I've just become a Patreon supporter, was Colleen Duran. He's a tremendously talented artist. Just wonderfully talented artist. I've been a fan of hers since A Distant Soil was published by Warp, maybe? A billion years ago? She tweeted about the Middle Age, discovering it recently. And that her words were, it made of fun. I can't. I'm done. I don't need any. I don't need any other quote. I would say it's made of fun and anguish. Mostly my anguish. Not in. It's. I'm hopefully that anguish doesn't appear on the page. But this, me drawing his hair like a million times to get it right, that's the anguish part. Now, I don't know if that's the funniest hair I've drawn, but I will say it's the dunnest hair I've drawn. It could be done more done. So what I was able to do during the holiday, even though I don't spend that much time drawing, was I think I've got the... You think I redraw this panel a lot. I have rewritten the ending for the story again. It's not so much that I'm changing I haven't changed the end. Ending has been the same day one. But it's always like the little things of how you get there and how you pace it. And that's the part I've been tweaking. And have been tweaking from the very beginning. Like comparing the whole thing, the whole process to like a road trip. Where you know where you want to be at the end, but you can take these tours here and there. And tours will be forgiven if you at least end up where you told everybody you're going. If all your passengers are... If your passengers are on board and they think you're going to a certain destination, you better get there. Or at the very least, you better take them someplace nice. Or someplace better. So, I was tweaking the pacing of how some of the things come together. The next section of this is just so... There's quite a... I'm hesitant to call it like an info dump, but there's a bit of exposition coming up. But I thankfully get to tell that exposition through flashback, so it's not just a talking head. You actually get to see stuff happening. Which I've done before, and I find that's a lot of fun. Some of the flashbacks are kind of sepia toned, some of them have a bit more of a golden glow. The Quimp's early stories tend to have a golden glow. LJ writes, checked out D&D videos on YouTube. It's not what I expected. It looks like time when I'm not working, but seek balance. Yeah, fun. The Critical Role ones, they just started a new season, season 3, and there's just... The Dungeon Master is incredibly talented, excellent at moving the story forward, excellent at giving everyone room, nurturer. D&D games, if you watch the amateur streams, they can feel super awkward. As soon as the Dungeon Master starts telling the story, they tend to affect a British accent. Or they tend to try to sound like they have more gravitas about what... There's... Mercer, the Dungeon Master, he's got a presence, and I think a confidence. And I think the Dungeon Master... I think people listen to a story from anybody. You don't have to sound like you're 800 years old, or that you can grow a magnificent beard. You just... If what you're saying is funny and engaging, although, you know, even Mercer at the beginning of season 2, I remember he started saying this backstory about here you are on the streets of this town, and here's the, you know, in the shadow of the war that happened, and blah blah, and going on and on and on. At some point, one of his players, again, lifelong friends, they just got through a previous season of the show. They were like, "Will there be a test?" It felt like, whoa, this is a lecture. We do a TED talk in a different language. But yeah, some of those Dungeon Masters can get pretty, I don't know, they can be challenging to watch. I feel like if I were to keep watching it, I'm going to give myself a wedgie. Oh my goodness. So GRD writes, Steve, after 6 years, I finally figured out what to name my Patreon supporters, my patrons. And it's kind of ticked me off when it occurred to me. Pun Pals. Pun Pals. That's really good. That's really good, appropriate. I also don't know how that how that didn't occur to you. I have to think you've been calling them that. Like, you just didn't think to apply it to Patreon or something. That's excellent. At the very least, that should have been your letter column all along. LJ writes, I hope Quimp becomes the new Drag Queen's king. I will attempt my poker face. There's a... Whenever I play cards, I've got one poker face, and it's always like, no matter what card I get... Let me get a card here. Come on. I'm a nerd. I've got cards. Hands me the card, and it's always... You know... It's always... So... It should always be startling. My expression can't be... Because I think if I attempted to be genuine, I don't know, I would cry or something like that. So I play cards. It's always... I don't like how this cape is going at all. I'm just going to go back to its shape because no one's going to care. But I won't give away the ending. I won't give away the ending. I promise. I promise. I promise. Okay, I don't hate that. Although, what I do hate is that the characters are so close together. Ooh, I drew that the wrong way. I don't know if that worked. I might have some of the other part. Oh, I didn't. His mustache is fairly bushy. It's more bushy than in the next panel. So I'm going to just hit that one button that exists in Procreate that makes mustaches bushier. You know, because you draw on a computer, right? That should be easy. I will cheat and just move it all down. Voot. Sometimes instead of hitting, I hit the erase tool so quickly that I start drawing, and I'm like, I could either undo that or I could use it as a reminder where my mistake was. I use it to that. This is a start poker game with Steve at Baltimore. You know what? I don't even know how to play poker. I mean, I talk a good game, but I honestly don't even know. Poker? What is that? Never even heard of that. Is it like Fizbin? Okay. Royal Fizbin? Alright, I'm gonna... I keep some of these... Oh, so many horrible layers, which I will keep a handful of because I do put sketchbooks together for sale and for Patreon supporters. Which I've got another one in the works, number 5. What did I do with that? What did I do with that extra? There we go. I can merge them together. But I have a lot of scrap layers here to discard. I don't know why I'm keeping these as separate yet. I'm going to merge those. So this year, I'm really excited for 2022. I know I say that every year, and then they proceed to set themselves on fire. But this year has got some exciting developments for the webcomic for the middle age. Change those fingers a bit. A little too... The last digit was a little too long. Better. Better, better, better. Actually, holding it, I tend to drape. Let me sort this out just one second. But I'm excited about this year because the last chapter of this particular arc will finish. When I mentioned that in a post at one point, people thought, oh wow, that's the end of the story. I'm like, no. It's or the end of the Middle Age. Like, I want to move on to something else. I don't anticipate doing that anytime soon. This is the first project I've worked on where people seem to like it. That's not fair. I've done the Astounding Space Trolls was very nicely received. People were very kind about it. But this is the first. But Astounding Space Trolls is this action adventure thing. Marty, how are you? Happy New Year, my friend. LJ writes, I was playing Rummy once and went out on my first turn. No poker face there. Family thing to play Rummy while dunking ginger snaps and tea. That's nice. But this year will be the final chapter of this particular story, of this particular arc. Let me put it that way. The story will continue. I've got much more to do, and and that was the big thing. I had this epiphany over the holiday about the next chapter, and kind of a framing mechanism for it all. This thought when I started this was that I wanted to do stories that I wanted to do a comic you can only do as a comic. I know that sounds dumb. I wanted to tell jokes that you can only tell as a comic, like in the comic form, like for instance, Sir Blackbar the Redacted. That's a obvious example. Or there are others you could do in animation. You could adapt them in some fashion. But I thought of something that I don't know. I just thought of I think I've thought of something that I can do, which would be not that doing something uniquely comic makes the story any better, but that it's something that would give me the latitude to do a little more freely, I think. And by doing something that you can't really do in other medium, not that I'm trying to make it so that nobody can ever license this thing and hand me a boatload of cash. But I thought it could be what I liked about one thing I like about this is that nobody knows what Maledicta's voice sounds like, and I get suggestions all the time as to what the voice might sound like. Some of my favorites were like Judi Dench or Ian McShane. So it's like, yeah, sure. If that's what you hear, they'd both be amazing casts, things. But, you know, it's really interesting that these characters have a voice that I have never heard. But I can tell when it's wrong. And yet they can be so different. I don't know. There's something there. One of the things I did with the lettering in... Oh, Matt Perry. That'd be amazing. One of the things I did early on with the webcomic was that, with the Middle Age, was that I made sure that the characters had distinct word balloon colors. Not super distinct. I mean, Maledicta had a wavy shape to it and had kind of an umber color underneath it, like a burnt umber color underneath it all. And Quimp's is more sky blue, more kind of classic balloon color. well, like a chat balloon kind of thing, kind of really generic, straight, you know, almost nondescript. And then the dragons had their own harsher font when they're in dragon form, and even when they're in their humanoid form, in their more human form, their ears are still different. I tend to hide them with helmets and things like that. But even when they're in the more humanoid form, they have a different color. And that was always because that way they can say something off screen, and an astute reader might go, oh, I know that font, I know that color, I know that shape. Excuse me. My push to cough button worked. Okay. I'm not saying I'm not going to go back and revisit that arm. I'm almost certain I will. But it is done-ish for now. I say that and then immediately delete something. I know, JRD, you're going to call me out on it. Okay. I don't hate that. Oh, and there it is. There's my spam. I bet everybody missed that. So, a little recap. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a god-awful amount of time. And, my webcomic is called The Middle Age, available to read on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics on my own website at middleagecomic.com. I'm working on the next episode here. You see me drawing, redrawing, and drawing again the latest episode. The webcomic and this stream are brought to you in part by my incredible supporters on Patreon, who are incredible and swonderful, smarvelous. And the news is that this stream will now be Mondays and Wednesdays in 2022, barring any kind of calamity. It will run from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mondays and Wednesdays. I will be sure to log off before I don't know what that is. I think that's a spam thing. Or it's Klingon. I don't know. Mondays and I'll be sure to log off on Wednesdays before the Pencil to Pencil podcast starts. They stream on YouTube as well, and I enjoy. So I will probably throw over to them. One of my favorite Twitch streamers, David Peterson, he streams on, and one of the reasons why I'm doing this at all, because of his urging, he streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so I definitely didn't want to counter program that with that. Okay, I don't hate that. Merge them all together. Tell you what, cowardice. I'm going to duplicate my document, merge all the inks together, and then just start inserting layers. That way, if I need any of those other layers for any reason, for collecting into a sketch, into a sketchbook, or If I accidentally delete something as I go through these and delete all the pieces, if it turns out I needed something from this mess, I can always refer to that other document and grab it there. That's the shield. Drawing. That's perfect. I said before that I very rarely have my pencil opacity set to 100, but I do for some. What I like about this right now is you actually get to see that when I do these silhouettes, there's some drawing that happens underneath them, even if it doesn't look like it. But silhouettes are such a time saver. I don't use them exclusively for that purpose. Sometimes it's just that when they're this small, it wouldn't really work to not silhouette them. And I should say that if anyone's interested, I currently have I extended my 25% off sale on my website for another 2 weeks. It turns out that I had the banner up there, but the coupon had expired. I had orders from very lovely people, and they paid full price and they shouldn't have. So I reached out to them and offered them a refund, to give them extra fees. And they all opted for extra goodies. The reason why I'm trying to shorten his legs a little bit is to make it more on brand for my goofy comic. I kind of drew them very naturalistically, and I wanna, gosh darn it, I'm gonna clean it up. Gosh darn it. I knew it. I felt it. I was gonna start cleaning this mess up. I'll make sure that the pencils are right before I go to inks. I thought I could cheat with the silhouettes. I drew very naturalistically, like I was drawing a mainstream comic book or Star Trek or something like that, instead of drawing my... all the characters have they're sort of top heavy. So I gotta fix this guy. And the idea with all their costumes, the knights' costumes, is that they're all variations on quimps. Like those discs on the that holding the cape. Definitely the silliest things I've drawn, which is good. Okay. So that, I was saying that I get distracted drawing. Carol, hey, how are you? Happy New Year. Yeah, I pretty much took time off from the holidays. I didn't try to stream while I was on the road, although I messed around with my settings a little bit, so who knows if it's partly, I'm absolutely to blame for some technical issues I had at the start of the stream. I'm certain it's my fault. I don't know how I did it, but I use a external camera, and I was trying the onboard one on my Mac just to see if I'm able to use the camera for this picture right here, which I'm not. I'm currently not using. That would be down somewhere like here. I'm using a different one. I thought then I could use the arm that I have set up for that camera to have a different view of me working, or if I'm working on something traditionally like a pen and ink drawing for like a Patreon commission or something like that, people could see that work there. Always so much to do. Okay. That's better. How are we doing? We're moving. Come on. Brad, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. Brad writes, Happy New Year, Steve. And then he says something I just don't believe. You too. Okay, so I promised we would see this other drawing that we worked on last year and how it was coming together. Not yet set up a version of this where the iPad takes over the screen entirely, but this is far from done. I did share this on my Patreon page. I don't know if you could see everything that's in there, but I think you all saw me work on most of this. You saw me ink most of this, but I think I'm very happy with how it's coming together so far. The characters are still on separate layers. They were all colored in separate documents because the file size is so large. But I'll be able to do things like put layers and glows between them. I still need to pepper his... Thanks, Brad. I still need to pepper his armor and tabard and clothing with blood. I was particularly happy. I think you all were with me when I was drawing the baby dragons, but you can kind of see them now. I've moved things around a little bit. There's still some awkward tangents, like the tail of the dragon just kissing the leg of the... You know, there's some little awkward bits, but easily fixed by nudging here and there to create a little more air. But also, with them on separate layers, once I put the color background in, I'll be able to add screens between the layers to help separate them and obscure them. I also want to create a thicker outline around some of the figures, like the Waddle Bottom, the duck in the foreground. He's going to have a much thicker line around him, and the dragons, and then Quimp, and then Melvin, and so that the further back you get, the thinner the outline, and that helps create a sense of depth. But I was really happy with how Waddle Bottom's wings turned out. I spent so much time adding little ticks of color and the kind of veins and stems of each of these larger feathers. Not remotely to all my duck viewers right now, I'm really sorry I took some liberties. But I kind of added this texture. Not feathery, it looks furry, but I like the look of it, and done is better than perfect. And then I just kind of did these loose feathers in the middle there. It was just a splash of color, and then I cut out the shape of the wing. Basically, how can I do this without ruining it? Oh. Let me pull up a red brush, watercolor brush. Let's see. So just a splash of color, and then with a big fat eraser. Huh, that's me drawing himself. Didn't want to do that. Am I out? Oh no, okay. Try that again. So a little bigger than that. Let's say I draw a feather. And that was it. It takes me so long to draw these things, but when I started getting into that, it became so easy to kind of just, you know, with a screen layer, just draw all these feathers. And I wish I had... I'm glad I didn't learn that sooner, because I probably would have spent, you know, an inordinate amount of time drawing it anyway. But it created this great step between the outer wings and the inner wings, and I think it adds a lot. So I'm super happy with that. Just stumbled onto it. Didn't really have an intention, just kind of like, well, let's see what happens if I do this, and I loved it. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. So much, I have to add blood. Little things you can notice is like in the tips of these arrows, I've added a orange color. That helps it pop against the blue background. Again, warm colors, cool colors. And I'm pretty happy with how it's together. Much yet to do. The backgrounds, color splashing all across the thing, so there's reflected color, so that bits of his red cape are reflected in the wizards and the archers' clothing and hair and beards. Things like that. Little bits of green from the dragons reflected in his armor. And then Waddle Bottom in the foreground kind of just stealing the show. Anyway, I was happy with how it came together. Thank you all for being there for so much of it. Meanwhile, back at our page, already in progress. Is this the new one? It sure looks like it. Okay. Oh, and so Jared E. writes, Steve, are you set up to do the Steve Bakes Quimp Cookies live stream yet? If you go over to patreon.com/Steve Conley, if you're not familiar, this holiday, as a family activity, I baked some holiday cookies for everyone to decorate. and I cut one out, and specifically thinking of sharing it with Patreon, which was a cookie shaped like our hero Sir Quimp, and it turned out pretty good, I thought. I didn't know how I was going to do the eyes, but I thought it turned out all right. It turned out pretty cute. I don't have a means of sharing it here. That's on my to-do list. I think if I create a new window that will just be for, like, preview the Mac version of, I don't know, something. It's a Mac program that can open pretty much every format: PDFs, PNG files, text files. If I create that as a separate window, like the one over there, whatever I load into that window, people could see. Always something more to do. JRD asks a great question. Maybe, or an impossible to answer question. Does that make it great? I think it does. JRD asks, what's the difference between I'm happy with that and I'm super happy with that, and you actually leave super happy stuff alone? I don't know. My happiness has a short half-life, and sometimes it's fool's gold, and I fall pretty easily. And the thing is, it's every time you do something, you are, they talk about the 10,000 hour rule. It's like, it's doing something, you're now 5 minutes better. And so you look at the thing you just did with your paltry skills from 5 minutes ago, without the wisdom that the last 5 minutes brought you, and you don't like it anymore because you're 5 minutes wiser than the person who drew it. So you can't win. And that's why changing the standard from it's great to it makes me laugh, I never have problems with those. Those are the ones I don't have a problem with. If it makes me giggle, then I can't draw it better than that. I don't think. And that's why I draw this dumb comic the way I do. I don't try to draw it look like, his head looks like a road cone that fell over. I'm like it could I draw his head better? Absolutely. But that's not the standard. The plan is after this is ink, then I will be doing color flatting. That's something I do in Photoshop, so I can't really share that process. So what I'm going to do is fill out the runtime of this episode. I'm going to probably be moving on to the chainmail pattern on our fallen hero. The ASMR portion of our broadcast. So, big plans for the 2022. Oh, there goes my spam again. Big plans for 2022. We'll be going to work to wrap up this arc of the story, which I won't get into too many details about what happens, but it should feel really good, and it should be enough material. It will be enough material for the third collection of the Middle Age. So that's going to happen this year. And then the next chapter, which I talked briefly about before, which I had my wee epiphany about, which is I'm so excited. You know, it's not going to set the world on fire, I don't think, but it's still something that's going to make me it makes me very excited to work on it. So that's a big deal. And the thing is, I think, unless I'm out of love with the idea, I think it is that I can kick off the story in a way similar to the way I kicked this one off, where when we first meet Maledicta and we first meet Quimp, we meet them in a kind of a startling way, I think. So I think it's going to lend itself well to kind of a startling introduction. And his arm, I'm cheating with his arm there. His other shoulder should be like that. Twist should be okay. I'm fixing this on the fly. It's all gonna be a silhouette. It won't matter. But I was cheating with his back arm. His back is gonna be, twice as long. His right arm was gonna be twice as long as his left arm. And there's some slight awkwardness with the overlapping of the figures here, but I'm okay with it. I think if you're going to have one character dragging another character in silhouette form, there's going to be some weird overlapping, and I'm okay with it. One thing I'm going to do is make that shield a little more on his shoulder. Maybe clean it up. And then accentuate it a little bit more. Much better. So starting this new story is a big deal for me. This new chapter is a big deal for me. Wrapping this previous chapter up feels momentous. A new Kickstarter to wrap up this should probably be the biggest Kickstarter yet, in that each Kickstarter gets a little bit bigger than the last one. I've got more material. I mean, when people will support book 3, they may never have heard of it before, so they might pick up books 1 and 2. So that tends to have a snowballing effect, which is great. But it's also, I've been at this for 5 years. People are aware of it than ever before, and every time I do a Kickstarter, it increases awareness. Because Kickstarter is a perfect reason to start, blabbing about my project, and not feeling that guilty about it because the time crunch is on. I'm going to put some artwork on the screen while I sip some coffee. Oh, okay. That's panel 3, the silhouette panel. The easiest one. But I only have to draw 9 times. And I still worry that this figure here is a little too big. But if you see that... Well, oh, wow, I already created a layer with that name. I'm going to go back to that and merge them. There we go. So if you have any issues with that particular layer being the wrong size, I want you to please send all your letters to JRD. He will answer them in no order whatsoever. He will not answer them. He has better things to do. Okay. Now, this figure will be mostly in silhouette. Because, yes, he is... Yes, they are wearing a hat. But I don't necessarily want to reveal the whole look just yet. So I will draw it, and you will see it here. But when the page gets posted later, probably tomorrow at this rate, it will mostly be in shadow, like extreme shadow, so any details may not be seen at all. That will give me some freedom to be a little looser with it. One of the other plans for 2022 is to get the middle age into comic book shops. I love comic book shops. I know there's some of them are hurting right now. There are many that are thriving, mostly because of long-term plans and having built up loyal audiences and loyal customer bases, but for all I know, they're going to be doing curbside pickup again if cases of the plague continue unabated, or they continue to change. But I love comic book shops. It's how between newspapers and the newspapers, comic book shops, kind of like my whole entry into this world of comics. I saw them on the, at the 7-Elevens and places like that, but comic book shops were, I don't know, they were magical to me. There was World of Fantasy in Deer Park, New York, and then the shop that was called the Bat Cave for the longest time, till I think DC said, no, don't call it that. Obvious reasons. Just massive comic shops that... They weren't massive, I take that back. They were the size of large walk-in closets. But wow, as a kid, just to see all those comics, to even think that there were that many of them, and titles I'd never heard of, and it was the dawn of the direct market, and which is when, for the longest time, comic books were only available through newsstands. The newsstand distribution is this dicey system of, everything's basically on consignment. A newsstand orders a magazine, and comics are just magazines. They order a magazine, and if they sell it, they give you your cut, and they give the publisher or the distributor a cut, who then passes that along to the publisher. And anything unsold, the covers were cut off. and they would just return the stack of unsold comic covers, because why ship the full weight of the books back? So any book that wasn't sold on the newsstand was defaced. By I remember the day when I was to go to the nearby 7-Eleven by my house. I kind of cut through a field. This was a field. It was, basically an unmowed lawn. It was like that was kind of let to rot. But to me, that was the closest thing to a farm I was familiar with. I cut through this unmowed field to behind the 7-Eleven, like a hole in the fence. Cut through, around past the dumps, go in to go to the 7-Eleven and play Dragon's Lair or buy a comic book. I saw a stack of coverless comics, and I was like, oh, treasure trove. To see them in the wild, in their raw state. So newsstands and newsstand distribution was like the way to get comics out there, but it was incredibly lossy situation because it was a gamble. They'd produce a comic book, they'd hope it would work, and the distributors would sell it, and it would be on the newsstands, and the unsold stuff would get sent back, and it's basically, you don't know if this thing's going to be a success or not until you get the copies back, until you get the covers back, until you get merchandise back in an unsellable condition, So you've spent the money, it's gone. You're just hoping for a payday when it's all over. And the system was apparently rife with crime and, every system that can make money ends up being crime finds its way into it. So apparently that played a part in distribution, especially in the big cities. Or probably any larger suburban area too. And it wasn't until the direct market comes along, I think in the late 70s, early 80s, and then it blossoms over time. It isn't quite over success. Where comic book stores bought comics in a non-returnable way. So they'd buy the books, and at that point the books are theirs. They're not going to deface them. They're going to sell them, and the ones that they don't sell, they're going to put in bags and boards and hold on to them, and hopefully people will come back and want to buy the previous month's issue of Spider-Man if they missed it or something like that. So it really encourages collectability, I think. And because comics were collectible before, but I think the notion was that there was no incentive for the retailer previously to think of them as collectibles. There was no, they might hold on to a few. Thought maybe it was worth holding on to a few. I definitely remember when the Smurfs comic came out, and Smurfs were these little, stumps, these little toy blue dudes, based on a comic that no states had heard of, but it became this incredibly hot television series. Saturday morning thing. Very much a addictive combination of, I don't know, it was My Little Pony before My Little Pony, with toys and a TV show and mild variations in the mold of a character. Actually, I take that back. A lot of the little Smurfs figurines, some of them, they were very, I seem to recall them being very pretty, like a lot of personality in them, and the little villages they had, like living in mushrooms and things like that, were quite amazing. What I liked about it was that there was these characters were meant to be small, and so the toys weren't, when you're playing with a G.I. Joe, you're playing with a very small version of a G.I. Joe figure. Like, the actual figures should be like 6 feet tall. These Smurfs were like, when if you had them on the shelf, it could very well be actual size. You know what I mean? It was a very interesting meta toy. They had no moving parts as far as I remember. Maybe the houses had doors, or there were wagons or something like that, but the figures themselves, I don't recall if they had moving parts. But I thought they were adorable, and when the comic came out, I remember people I think comics wrote the words at some point. I wonder what the first comic was that had collector's item written on it, actually printed on the cover, first issue collector's item. Because I remember for a while there, every comic that was a first issue said that. But that Smurfs cover seemed to really drive that point home, and people bought it thinking this is going to be worth something. They bought it as an investment. That's one of those cases where people bought millions of things as an investment. And so it was never worth anything because there were millions of copies. And for every 5 Grandpa bought because he thought it would be an investment, there was a retailer who held on to 100 copies and was willing to sell them for a fraction of that. And there were probably 100,000 more that never sold at all. But that was the market to newsstands. It wasn't until the direct market, this non-returnable world, that really opened up so much and created this whole other sphere for comics. And possible for small publishers to not to have a shot because they never really could compete. It's not, having a shot is a, I think the network is a, it was more like they couldn't survive. You know, sure, the Mutant Ninja Turtles could be an exception, but even something like Dave Cerebus, I don't know, possibly voted least likely to succeed project. I mean, the backgrounds that Gerhard drew were remain epic, stunning illustrations. But in terms of a property that you were going to describe to somebody as, oh, here's the thing that's going to be successful, I mean, it couldn't succeed in suddenly there became things which, there became projects like Bone. I don't know how else, again, it was succeeding before this young adult graphic novel market and the kids graphic market opened up, which now kind of seems like, well, of course, why wouldn't you have that? But before that, almost it would have been unthinkable. I think continuity comics, it's hard to say because you'd have to think back to Atlas and what Seaway, Tower Comics, things like that. Attempts to get into attempts to distribute not through comic book shops but to the newsstand. I mean, Continuity, Neil Adams' company, that went to newsstand. Also, by that time, the market was around. I know they were counting on most of their money to come in from comic book stores. Roseanne writes, hashtag false hope. Yeah, I don't know. Every time, it's so challenging as a creator to even attempt to do something as audacious. It's like being in a band. I think JRD and I talk about this, and most of the cartoonists I know, we talk about this. They were the ones who were successful, so they know everything. They have it all figured out. There's everybody else who thinks the game is rigged, and they don't have a chance, and it's not fair. And all of it, 98% of it's luck. Unless you're successful, in which case it's all skill. This hat has 6 segments. Why did I make this crazy hat? Why did I do that? Note was the dumbest hat I could draw, like the silliest hat. And again, most of this is going to be in silhouette. So when I went to those comic book shops, I would go in there and it would be like Deluxe Comics and Fantagraphics and British comics like Judge Dredd and 2000 AD and comics I never heard of. It was a crazy time for people interested in this silly medium. But inspired a lot of people, like the turtle tag false hope. Oh, the collector's edition. Oh, it totally relates to so many other things, though. The collector's edition, absolutely. But also just getting into the act of doing the comics is just like this. It is a. I think about that all the time. The partner of somebody, and their partner comes home and says, "I'm going to start a band. You know, we're going to make it." Maybe. You never know. You never know. But doing a comic feels very similar. This is going to be it. This is going to be the thing. You know, and then we compare, and if you compare yourselves to the Mutant Ninja Turtles or Tick, or Bone, or Raina Telgemeier, or one of the amazing success stories. That's when I always false hope made me think of that, because it is this. Those standards are so high. Work from those creators is so good. And there's this tendency for younger creators to compare themselves to, like, well, I could be better than this terrible drawing that Conley's doing. But that's, you know, people always, you want to, I think as a young person, you want to compare yourselves to the, you know, the average, what you think the average thing is. You want to be better than that average thing. But man, it's tough. Because the readers nowadays, I think it was Patton Oswalt who said something about, you're now competing with everything that's ever been. You know, thanks to Netflix and all this stuff, you're not, you know, your new movie is not just competing with, you know, back in the day, it was just competing with whatever was available in the studios or what happened to be on the other 4 channels on television. Now you're competing with, you know, all the recorded comedy acts and movies and books and comics of history, which is crazy. Okay, I turned Bob a bit lighter. I might draw one more feather in his cap, and then I gotta put some poof balls around it, and then I'm gonna draw the figures who are dragging our hero away, and then maybe some leaves. But actually, I'm gonna take a short break. I will be right back. Real quick, just gonna get a soda. I will see you all in a moment. Thank you for being awesome. Be right back. And we're back. Thanks for that. Let me step away there for a second. I needed to stretch. Oh, these old bones. Where were we? This page is coming along. It's almost done. Inking wise, anyway. I'm going to lower the opacity of the inks just a little bit, and I got to draw some puff balls, which have moved from where they would have been on the initial sketch. Draw one more feather in his cap. But I came into comics just as the direct market was taking off. And as technologies were improving that would let people publish smaller and smaller amounts of books. I mean, it was still tough when I started doing... I self-published my first comic book in 1994. I was 24 years old. I'm a million years old. And the idea was that back then I needed to publish at least 3,000 copies. Had to print at least 3,000 copies, and I had a hope that I'd have orders enough for that. Again, they were non-returnable, so what that did was it encouraged the big publishers to collectible books that would be not returnable to really get the people to, because you're no longer at that point trying to sell to the audience, to the reader. You're trying to sell to the retailer, because the retailer is the one buying the books, and they're the ones who are paying the publisher no matter what. You hope that the retailer would sell through if that was the goal of the retailer, and the retailer isn't just going to put them in the back room and sit on them and hope that they could sell them in the future, or buy them as lottery tickets. But at that point, they'd really changed how comics were marketed. But I self-published my first book in 1994. It was a horrible superhero comic called Avant-Garde. G. Black and white superhero book, and I learned my lesson. That was not a good idea. Superheroes those comics kind of want to be in color. If you're going to do a comedy, that's different. Like The Tick. Black and white superhero book initially. I can't think of any black and white superhero. Nexus? That was science fiction, so that kind of got away with it. It wasn't really a superhero book. It had a costume and a logo and a mask, but it wasn't really superheroes. So after that fiasco, that's when I decided to think about it, and I came back a little while later with I came back with Astounding Space Thrills, my science fiction book, and that came out in '98. And again, part of the thinking of it was that it was just I was stuck with black and white. So what do I do with a black and white comic? I want to do superheroes, I want to do adventure stuff, but I can't afford to print in color. This is long before print on demand, and so that's kind of why I did science fiction, and that's why Astounding Space Thrills even exists, is because I couldn't afford to do color comics. I leaned into my budget limitations. And it was more successful because of it, I think. I think partly the idea of just doing a sci-fi story especially a retro sci-fi story. I wasn't trying to compete with, you know, the latest Technicolor thing. And doing superhero stuff, I just wasn't in a position to compete with Marvel and DC. Anybody who thinks they're going to sell as many copies as Batman is kind of out of their mind. I take that back with all the... And then the Image guys come around, and they reinvent the whole thing. And that sort of became the model thereafter. Like, if you can make your name in another field, and or using the... leverage your popularity on a mainstream product, or in a much more popular, visible product. But Bone came out in '94. Castle Waiting came out then too, which is another book I loved. And there just hadn't been a ton of... I mean, everything Terry Moore does, he's got a built-in base now. I mean, he's grown his audience beautifully. Yeah, and to me, the people I really like, I like Stan Sakai and David Peterson. I like that they've done something that is definitely not cookie cutter. You know, what they're doesn't look like anybody else's stuff. They have a distinct voice in their artwork. And I mean, there are other creators who are very successful online and with webcomics. I'm not trying to say, like, there are so many webcomics who are doing great, but I mean, I'm always going to say the name wrong, like Gunnar Krigg Court. There are tons of webcomics that have wonderful Patreon followings and amazing support from their audience, and so there's plenty of people out there who are doing great. I think it's always the best time to start your thing, because 5 years from now everyone's going to say 5 years ago was the best time to start your thing. I mean, it's possible that you do launch during a during a natural disaster. My first comic came out in '94, Avant-Garde, and it came out the same month as Spawn Batman. So, I mean, that's kind of an unavoidable catastrophe. Like, I didn't coordinate my release schedule with Image Comics and DC Comics. But if you were a retailer and you had an extra $1 to spend it on Spawn Batman and not, not a comic from an unknown kid. But there's also a trap of, I see people do this all the time. Well, oh wow, if only Patreon did when I had done this, oh, I'd still be at it. And I've had those thoughts about Astounding It's like if Patreon existed all that ago. And I don't know. Sometimes that sounds like bravado. Oh, right. They would never. Yeah, absolutely. They would never try to coordinate. But, it was just bad timing on my part. Unfortunate timing. But, it's not like the book would have succeeded necessarily if that hadn't happened. But there were definitely implosions. Turtles inspired so many people that the market flooded. And, so were all the people who followed. I don't think people who follow them are necessarily jumping on the bandwagon. I don't get that sense with the small press. I don't think doing a comic is something you can be on a bandwagon. It takes too much work, and nobody was getting paid. I think it was more like people who had this dream that it could, oh wow, I can do that, and it can be a massive success. And that's why I'm definitely not in the. I don't think this is ever going to be a massive success. I think this is. I have to think that best, the most reasonable thing would be that this would be a modest success, and that if I just keep my modest audience happy, and maybe it'll find new readers in a while. And someday it grows to, I don't know, some fantastic number like 1,000 Patreon supporters or something like that. That would be the dream for me. I'm not trying to turn this into a movie. I would like to have regular online sales. I'd like to have more Patreon support. I'd like to get this in front of more people. But having the story finished is going to be a big part of that. Having this first story finished, where people could pick up, I could do a version of this book which is going to have volumes 1, 2, and 3 in it. First, get volume 3 out there so they fit along each other on the shelf the way I want them to, and then after, collect them into a single volume so people can read it and go, okay, I get this story. And if it ends the way I hope it ends, people will be like, oh, I want more of that, or I want more from this dude. And if I was able to get to that Patreon number, then that would end up meaning that I could spend more time dedicated to this project. You know, my time is always. Jack Kirby Museum is now following. Hot damn. How about that? Hello, Jack Kirby Museum. Rand, how are you? I have my Jack Kirby Museum sticker on the currently it's under a pile of Jack Kirby books and other things. King of Comics, the Evanier collection, and a million other Kirby related. The Jack Kirby Museum is amazing. Are you doing conventions, Rand? Are you back on that, or are you still hunkered down? Because if you get a chance to, you check out the Jack Kirby Museum website, but also be sure to see them in person, because their displays, unless you've got IMAX, I don't think you have a machine capable of seeing these things the way they need to be seen. They've got art print posters, the most gorgeous reproductions of Jack Kirby work. If you're unfamiliar, Jack Kirby is called the King of Comics. He co-created almost every iconic Marvel hero. The only two, the notable except Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. But Jack Kirby is, you know, the Fantastic Four, the original X-Men. I can't. There's an endless number of amazing creations, and inspired a million more. And gloriously, there are some audio recordings of and video recordings of Jack Kirby. So if you're on the YouTube, forget me. Go check those out. He is dynamite. He is a force of nature. Tireless enthusiasm, so much love for comics and the potential of comics and of storytelling. Truly a romantic. And correct me on any of that, Rand. Oh yeah, and their YouTube channel. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oof, so cool. It's where it's like, partly why back in 2019 pre-awfulness, I picked up one of these cameras because on the off chance anybody was interested in what I would love if Jack Kirby had recorded videos like these. Can you imagine? Ugh. You know, I'm not him. You know, I'm not close to him. I'm not anywhere in the ballpark of him. But what I've always said was there's this wonderful drawing in the back of Amazing Spider-Man. It was maybe a Spider-Man annual. There is a drawing. I'm fairly certain Ditko drew it, given the faces of the Thing and Thor, and just their musculature. But there's an image of Spider-Man lifting, and they say, "How strong is Spider-Man?" And they say, "Well, he's not as strong as the Thing or the Hulk, but he's a teenager, so who knows?" And as a kid, I was like, I can't draw as good as Jack Kirby or Wally Wood or Hal Foster, but you know, I'm a kid. Who knows? That image always like, you know, that's, I think of Ditko and Kirby and those guys. So like, they're definitely heroes. I definitely need to redraw this figure a little bit. He's been dragged away, and he's kind of hitting Bob with a thumbs up. So I need to clean this drawing. It's very loose at the moment. And I had to figure it out, like, okay, I'm being dragged away. I'm rotating one arm. Where would my... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the curve, so cool. Like, and he was creating this visual language as he went. The Kirby crackle, they call it, that those kind of outer space dots, kind of cosmic energy, and so amazing. And he's known mostly for Marvel, but he did a ton of stuff for DC as well. As a cartoonist, I kind of arrived late to the Jack Kirby party, unfortunately. I was very early in the Jack Kirby fan club. I just didn't know it, because I think the first some comics I got were in the 70s. It was like 2001: A Space Odyssey, and was there a Planet of the Apes comics he maybe did something on, and Devil Dinosaur. And I remember seeing those comics, and again, it was one of those things where I felt like Spider-Man and Hulk and all these other ones were up to issue 200. I'm like, I'm never going to know the whole story, you know, those are impenetrable. But these new comics that were coming out, new number ones, I'm like, oh, okay, I can get on board with this. And then by the time I was in high school and my taste had matured, you know, and that probably meant from, you know, Twinkies to ring-dings. It was not really like this. No, there's no maturity. It was just like, you know, my palate had not gotten sophisticated. But, you know, at that point he was doing like Hunger Dogs and things like that, which I remember thinking was kind of crude compared to George Perez and Jose Garcia Lopez, or Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. I mean, what those guys were doing was so much smoother and naturalistic, and that naturalism bug cursed me for quite a long time. And then but once you get past that, or if you're a kid and you never have to get past it, if you have this kind of like just this, you know, you just look at things as what they are and not through any prism of bias, of naturalism or whatever the heck you think of, like Frazetta and Boris and things like that. I mean, I liked Boris more than Kirby, and I can't apologize to myself enough. Not that there's anything wrong with Boris. It's just in terms of there's life in a Kirby drawing, you know. And I like Wally Wood. Wally Wood was just always my hero, and compared to the guys who drew more cartoonish. And there's something about, again, that's why it took me forever to warm up to Richard Thompson. Whereas I never held Calvin and Hobbes to that standard. I never said, oh, Calvin and Hobbes should be more naturalistic. I don't know why. I was getting in my own way. But now it's like I can't look at it enough. There was a pulps idea. I forget which pulp writer. Sci-fi pulps. It was like a new idea on page. And like Kirby's like that. Seems to be anyway. But now if I had a choice between if I could look at a Frazetta illustration or a Kirby illustration, Kirby pencils versus a finished Frazetta illustration, Kirby any day of the week. Oh, there's my spam. Good reminder for me to remind everyone I'm Steve Conley. I'm the writer and artist of the webcomic The Middle Age, which is free to read online and will always be free to read online until, I don't know, all the sites that host it go off. Till the big crunch of the internet. And I have about that too. 2020 news, I hope. But the webcomic's called The Middle Age. It's about a knight who is in love with a dragon. And I think I've described this strip 3 different ways during this first stream of 2022. But all of them are true. It is a knight with a cursed sword buddy comedy. It is a knight and a dragon romance. It is a epic quest to earn the title Dad. I don't think I've ever described it as that before, but that's definitely part of it. But I write and draw the series. It has been honored, shockingly, with a number of Eisner nominations and Ringo nominations, and even a National Cartoonist Society nomination. What do they call it? Not a Reuben. It's given out during the Reuben weekend, but the Reuben's sort of just for the Cartoonist of the Year. It's a National Cartoonist Society Division Awards in the webcomics category. So it's the best received, certainly the most honored thing I've ever done, and the best, I want to say the best received. It's been just shocking every time I get like some kind words from folks about it. People are very sweet. To do something silly here, I think his shirt would be dragging up as he's being dragged. So how do I do that? Do it like that. See, Jack Kirby wouldn't even have to think about it. He would just do it. It would look awesome. This is really silly. I'm very happy to be drawing this. Okay. But yeah, so if somebody looks at my work and goes, I don't like it, I'm like, yeah, I get that. Not because my work is like Jack Kirby, just because I'm not drawing the way. I have friends, I have Patreon supporters, people who I dearly love, who support my comics, who they are like, they don't, they're like, I remember early on they were like, you're drawing his head like that. And I'm not, I didn't draw it just for that question. That would be a fine reason. It's not a prank. Oh. Thanks, Ant. It's very silly. It's incredibly dumb. Okay, so he's gonna, this guy is, so I'm not gonna draw the bicep and tricep and all that stuff. I'm just putting it in there so I have a sense of where one would be if these had one. All of their muscles are made of like beans in a Beanie Baby. It's all Gumby. We'll say that's the younger of the two knights. Exactly. Everything is very bendy. Gotta make sure this guy has a nice square jaw. That's kind of his look. I'm gonna move his eyes up a little bit. Are there? I'm not sure how these shields are attaching to these guys. I'm gonna just say that they've got clothespins. I don't know, some bobby pins. But if I lose any subscribers on Webtoons because of it, I'll understand entirely. Magic, right. That's my get out of jail free card. Oops. I think I have to draw through the figure now just to make sure I understand what's happening here. Twist of the figure. There was an underdrawing here at one point, and I think it's probably something like this. It's important these two guys are looking away as Quimp does his thumbs up behind him. Quimp doesn't want to get in trouble. No, no, no. But I remember talking about Jack Kirby again for a moment. I remember when I had to be like in 5th grade or something like that, and I was drawing cartoon characters, and I was drawing the faces of the rugged hero or something like that, and I drew the kind of a Jack Kirby nose that he had. Like, it was kind of this flat nose and the mouth, and I remember drawing that part, the shadow under the lip. I didn't know what that was I was drawing. I just knew that people had that. I didn't know what I was. I didn't know that it was supposed to be. I didn't know it was supposed to be the shadow of the lip, but that was the kind of shorthand that kind of got burnt into my brain. I remember thinking back on it like, I don't know what that is I'm drawing, but it didn't look right without it. Yeah, that had to be 5th, maybe 3rd grade. Very, very new to everything. Keeps keeping me from having to draw things. No, wait. I don't often draw anything like that in shadows. I leave almost everything in this is drawn without a heavy black. I mean, I put that shadow in under the tunic, but even that doesn't make, you know, that seems like a lot. If I were drawing a black and white comic, there would be so much more. Like, I would fill in this area black. I would have the underside of the cape. The whole thing so much more punch, but to me, coloring quite a bit different. But I think I'm looking forward to trying drawing like that one time, rather. That's ridiculous. This is... Okay, why do I draw like this, and why am I drawing this comic? It's for a scene as dumb as that one. I think this one knight figure could probably be a little bit larger. Grab that, grab that, grab that. Ridiculous. Okay. Now the one thing I want to put in there is the foliage, just so I remember where all that stuff is. I really kind of liked how I had that framed. And the key here is going to be to sure these leaves that are right by Bob are nice and big, and that will help reinforce the notion of how small Bob is. Very much a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids cheat to help drive that point home. And then behind the figures, I'm probably gonna be somewhat, let's point after all this time, all this work, be a little bit on the lazy side in that I'm probably going to introduce some photos and then just put in the background I've drawn previously of the camp of knights and things like that. So the glows and things like that, I won't have to reinvent everything. So that same background will probably be back here. You won't see it here in the top view. You won't see it here in the silhouette, but it'll be there. Okay, let me undo some of the extra scribbles I did. Hide the early drafts. Raise my little tint layer. That white layer I put above things, so everything below it gets softened. And now I will draw P4 inks, panel 4 inks. I might tweak this knight character one more time. I know. So he's back. He's dragging. One arm is back. His other arm has to be forward. Very much on top of each other. Okay, let's say he's struggling too. Now twist the hip around. He's not moving that fast. He's if I have one of the feet up like this, it's like, oh, he's running with him. You know, it can't be that. You can't have the leg up that high. It's got a bit lower. Maybe too much twisting shows too much freedom at the moment. Like he needs to be more. Flip it. See if I like it that way. That's his butt. It's twisting. Blades. Neck would be over here. Leaning. Because the guy's got... weighs a bit. They can't lift the sword, but they can drag the body that the sword is in. Which was one of the lines that they almost gave to Samwise. I can't carry your burden, sir, but I can drag your body up the side of this mountain. I think that was a line. A bank of photos of yourself posing? I have for some. Not that I would share. Okay, so the cape on him would also reveal more of the figure, I think. Again, he's not moving too quickly. And that leg might be more sideways, not so extreme. Like that. Okay. Getting there, getting close. So the blade of woe is similar to Mjolnir, and that you must be worthy to wield it, and if not, you can carry its wielder. I would presume so. I'm not sure I'm not sure how they figured out Mjolnir, but definitely have some. I mean, there's definitely a number of things I've done with the sword. I really wanted this gag in the story, like the idea that he would pretend to be killed by it. There also that since the sword can't hurt him, how it would work, like if he's falling down the side of a mountain, if he just jammed it through his own chest into the side of the mountain, and then it just stops, and the sword can't hurt him. As long as it's not pointing lengthwise, I imagine. No, it still can't go through him. It still can't harm him. He actually, when he was unconscious, he was pinned to the side of the dragon, to Vesica, at one point. And so the idea being the dragon could never remove the sword from themselves because only Quimp could remove it. So it was a good security measure. Quimp couldn't be hurt by the sword, but because the sword was now embedded ever so gently into, and I also don't know the notion of like if the sword is just like a boop into the person, just enough to pinprick, can you ever remove it? There's too much craziness about sense of it all, and scenarios I never hope happen so that I don't have to come up with a conclusive solution. And the sort of thing that if I make a Dungeons and Dragons character sheet or a stat block for the sword, that some poor DM will have to deal with when their players start abusing it. But there were definitely different gags I've thought about with the sword, and you could just see that you see the writers. What I love about what I will say about the Spider-Man movies that I love, the Sam Raimi ones, when in Spider-Man film, when Spider-Man's fighting the Green Goblin, the whole idea of that fight, punching the Green Goblin, webbing him, bringing him back to punch him again, was way more creative than I ever expected, ever dare to expect from a movie. I just did not think that they would do something that wild. And the idea of like hitting the bricks behind the person and pulling the knock, thinking about if you could do these things, what you could do with them. And not just the simple stuff of like, video game plots of like punch, 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 kick, punch. So it's as you can tell, I've had a lot of time to think about this dumb sword, this dumb hero, and the silliness I could have with him. Okay, I like that way, way, way better than what I had before. I don't remember what I had before, but it was inferior. Good. Good, good, good. I might move his figure up a skosh. Or skosh percent. Okay. So that was just getting the pieces in place, and now I'm just gonna... I don't think I have to do much with the cape, but I have to at least figure out actual boots. Uh-oh, James. All caught up. Fantastic. Well, the big goal of 2022 is for me to be more consistent with the schedule and and update more frequently. So I'm hoping this stream will help. The easiest episodes for me is when it's just Quimp and the sword, and they're in the woods and they're heading someplace. And I had this sequence that I started, and it was barely 5 episodes in when I'm like, oh no, he should be fighting hundreds of little mud dudes. Like, oh no, what am I doing? You know, I'm just adding all this production time to all the, you know, and then I got to make each one of the little mud dude figures just perfect. So having a cast of hundreds is only going to slow me down. I don't know how. The most amazing comics to me are like Avengers, where George Perez is drawing, you know, every character. George Perez was the first I noticed who gave Thor and Captain America distinct noses. You know, it was like he knew these characters. He knew Thor's chin from Captain America's chin, whereas most artists draw them as like He-Man characters, which were the exact same but repaints. Thanks, James. I did put way too much time into those mud dudes. I'm gonna scroll a little bit, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, good. I'm sorry, I spammed myself off the screen. Okay. I'm gonna start with inking this guy because he's in the way. 98%. How are we doing on 7:09? Oh, easy peasy. We've been at this for 3 hours and 10 minutes. The perfect amount of time. If anyone's been with me this whole time, you are amazing, and I appreciate your patience as I draw this silly comic yet again. So this is the first time I've streamed the process of drawing the story. I hope people have found it, I don't know, mildly interesting. I don't know what these guys look. You never see the back of this guy's head, do you? No. I'm assuming he's got a short haircut in the back. Okay. So I do all that figuring out, and then at the end I chuck it all. Oh, cool. Thanks, James. I thought I would have gotten faster by now. I feel like I don't feel like I'm slow. I just feel like I'm just, I can draw fairly quickly. I just am never happy with the drawing, and so I'm always messing with it. Absolutely. There is a video I saw the other day. This guy's been streaming videos on the YouTube for ages, and it's a guy like with weird silver face paint over half of his, and he kind of debunks video myths. I'm always late to every party. You know the party's over when I show up. So I feel terrible to even mention this guy's videos. But in it, he's like showing how some of these trick shots work, and he films one which is quite remarkable, and he says, oh yeah, it's because I filmed it 23 times and you only see the one that I got right. And it's like, yeah. I think anybody could get to do a pretty good comic if they draw it 600 times. A broken clock is a day, so you just draw again, draw it. I shouldn't do that. I know I have a way to do this right. At least I put it on its own layer. Okay, so where is inserted image? Duplicate. That's where it's up there. The shoulder strap. You know, it sits perfectly, because why not? Freeform. Nothing should ever be right angle. Ever, ever, ever. Okay, I should have done it this way before. Okay. Oh. Inside line. I have a new idea. I don't know if it'll work, but I drew the inside lines of those metal rings on one layer. And the outside lines on a separate layer. Inside, so the inside layer creates fake perspective. I'll take it. Oops. I'm going to delete that extra thing I did there. I don't think that bit of metal should stick out quite, or be recessed quite so much. But I am going to draw the face of the lion on its own layer. Off model, maybe. I see a little extra of leftover schmutz there. Clean that up. Okay, inks, delete. Really thin up my line. all those scratches went the same way. I don't know what he was fighting or why they were all shooting at him from the same direction, but I wanted to figure. Okay. Okay. One down. Oh, thanks, Fran. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Meticulous is the word. Well, Steve. Thanks, Charity. You're very sweet. Captain Lucian. Every once in a while I put like the actual, like, this kind of bump in the wrist. I'm like, no, 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 stop it, Steve. You're drawing comics. Ignore it. No one's tuning into this story for realism or naturalism in any way. Thank goodness. A little too thick there. Quick soda break. One thing I have to move those pupils up to make it look like he's really looking, like his eyes are at the top of his head. But not half-lidded. I think we'll have to help. The white of the eyes will help create the framework. I might have to move the pupils around when I'm inking, or when I'm coloring, excuse me. And this is something I always have to remind myself I have to fix, include. He was hit in the head with an arrow. Oh, ridiculous. Where did I put him? Oh, he's on that layer. Okay. And there's a ton of times during the drawing I'm like, okay, which hand does not have a glove on it? Which one has got the glove? And I'm looking at it again. I'm like, oh no, I did it. And then it's like, oh no, I flipped the image. Same thing with the belt buckles and all that stuff. I'm constantly, because I'm always flipping the image, I'm always losing track of where, which way is left and which way is right. This scene is fantastic. It's very stupid. Oh, couldn't be happier. See, JRD? Oh, must go. See you Wednesday. Happy New Year, Steve. Thank you so much, JRD. Thank you for stopping by. I was going to say that I sound like a sad sack about my own work sometimes, but it's really about, you know, almost always it's about the stuff that doesn't matter. I mean, I got how many drawings per page? At least 4 with my stuff. And you know, you want all of them to be perfect? You know, yeah, I do, but there are definitely some that I back and redraw if I could, but it's not that I don't think that I do think readers notice it, but I don't know if it matters. It's more like it won't improve the story if I go back and tweak that. Star Wars isn't better just because you can't see the squares around the TIE fighters in space. These versions of that, you could always see the map around the models. I was like, still a great movie, you know. It never really mattered. I mean, yes, you go back and fix that if you can. Little things, but I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I'm going back and adding CGI dewbacks or whatever I think that's what they were called, the big reptiles. I feel like I'm adding those things to the environment instead of something more substantial. So our hero's, the bottom part of his shirt is coming up because of the way he's being dragged. But the tabard, I'm going to assume, is still falling forward. I mean, this is my hero and my story. This is him being dragged away. I think that's so good. I'm positive if no other Eisner nominee is got their hero being dragged away like this. There is a tear in his tabard. I want to make sure I include that. I'll go back into the inks, into the regular inks layer and add that. Ugh, I don't like that at all. But I need to make a note to take care of that at some point. I have to do full-on sketches of those things. So how do I do that? Red. That way I don't forget. But I'll come back and treat those and do those legitimately. So, what are we doing on time? 7:30? Sounds good. Checking, make sure we're still streaming where we're streaming. Yep. Trying to do back or an Ugnaught. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna do back. I always do that though. It's always. The ridiculous scene. Oops. A little too much there. I feel like well, that's not really metal. It's not like Quimp's metal. Like his metal collar, it's more like a bit of cape fabric, so I'm not going to be so strict about cape. Oh, that's my spam again. Which is a good reminder. That, so the next time I'll be streaming, I might stream a bonus here, but for the most part, you can count on seeing me here again on Wednesday at 4. And this episode will be posted probably tomorrow. So if you check out middleagedcomic.com or if you're a Patreon supporter, you'll see it there. You get it emailed to you. I think you get it emailed to you. Done with magic. I'm gonna that answer. Ridiculous. But this will go live on WEBTOONs. When it's finished, it should be, usually I post it in the evening on WEBTOONs and Tapas. And likely GoComics sometime on, you'll see it on Wednesday there. GoComics sends an email out to all their subscribers, to all my subscribers there. It's like 2,300. And that goes out around 3 a.m. So if I don't post it by 3 a.m. on a day, it doesn't get shared to everybody until the next day via email, in which case people are looking at it on different days, and then their system penalizes you in terms of ever being promoted within their system. It's a very interesting old school system. I wish it had more organic searching, but their system is designed to direct people to, I think, like collections of Calvin and Hobbes and stuff like that, not really to my stuff. This scene is ridiculous. Okay, I gotta do the sword. I draw the sword differently most times. I almost think that sword should be different there. Now it's fine the way it is. Steve, leave it alone. Leave him alone. Okay. He thinks, yeah. James writes, Crimp looks so satisfied with himself. Yeah, I think he does. I think he's very thrilled with his plan. His cunning scheme. I was so tempted to write cunning scheme, which is a regular line in the show Blackadder, which but I think the relationship between the sword and Quimp is very much like Blackadder and Baldric already, and I don't want to. At that point, it stops being an homage if I actually quote it that way. It seems like I'm stepping on their toes or something like that. So I didn't say that. But does he say? What does he say? I have a cunning plan. It's oh, and Baldric will say it, and it's always a terrible idea. And then it's an awful idea, and then Blackadder sees some. But wait, there's some merit in it hidden deep inside it, and of course it blows up in his face, which I love. I really thought I thought I turned off all notifications on this. I really hate that the notifications pop up, because what you're looking at here is the complete iPad screen. So I was kind of hoping that I could turn off notifications, but occasionally a text message will pop up. It thinks it's being helpful, and heaven forbid I upgrade my software, and then it thinks it's being helpful again. So again, what I like about this thing is that for 4 hours I haven't looked at social media. So I think this is going to keep me on track this year. I haven't taken too long a break, haven't checked analytics, I have my phone right by me, if anything blows up, I will know, like I need to, if a client needs to reach me to fix a website, I still do a lot of that work, that I can respond very quickly, or if they text me, something like that, and they all know to do that. For the longest time when I was doing cartooning, it was, and with some clients I still do, I don't talk about this part of my life, which is like the biggest part. I feel like they're not going to understand. You do what now? You don't spend all your time writing PHP? Not that I'm a coder by any stretch of the imagination. I'm a designer who can dabble with code. Kind of my special sauce when I was working in the corporate world. I was the guy who could design things but also figure them out. It's totally served me for my own website. So if you ever go there and something's not working, it's all my fault. Sweet, I think this guy is done. Okay, so I know I have 2 other tears to make, and I still have to do all the chainmail, which isn't that much, really. After doing that kind of cover image, this is like nothing. All right, leaves. At one point in writing the story, I thought that the sword might keep talking to these guys as they approach, but I ended up ditching that. It seemed like all it was going to do was slow down the story more, and I didn't need that. Where are we? Okay, that I can delete. I can delete all the myriad sketches of that figure. Oh, heavens. Absurd. Okay. So the idea is panel 4 Bob is on a layer above the inking, and between those layers I'm going to do the foliage. Most of the foliage. There are a few leaves that are front of Bob, so really we're going to have 4 planes. We're going to have a little bit of flower, a little bit of leaves, then Bob, a lot of leaves, and even some that are going to be in pure darkness, like absolute, fully silhouetted black, and then our figures, and then behind them more foliage, and then behind them the backdrop, so that that's where you'll see the town, the encampment. Okay. dimensions work for Webtoon and print. I them work for Webtoon. These work for print for sure. All my print collections, like the book back there, these dimensions will fit for. It's a 7.5 by 9.25 tall book, so not quite traditional comic book dimensions and not square. And I will sometimes I will go outside the panel borders that you see there, so it's mostly for print. But then what I will do is I will stack the panels for Webtoons. In some cases, I still love doing those fully horizontal, page-wide panoramas, in which case I think about how the lettering is and sometimes I need to re-letter the balloons. I'll leave the lettering alone. I'm going to keep the story the same on every platform, but sometimes I will reconfigure the balloons and make it like they'll be stacked on top of each other, Webtoon style. Those are unfortunate. And there are some, unfortunate that I have to spend the extra time to do that. And then there are some, I do a splash image. There are a number of splash pages story where it's a full page, like Vesica sets fire to the other dragons, or when Melvin's beard explodes. I love that the story has those things in it. Or when the gosh forbid, I hope everyone's caught up with the story. There's another scene where there's an explosion. How about that? And to reconfigure those for Webtoons is a struggle. Like sometimes I will just attempt to show what I can in that thin sliver of artwork. In other cases, I will. Recently, the character stumbled upon a statue. That episode, when I reconfigured it for Webtoons, the statue was cropped in. I physically moved Quimp closer to the statue so I could crop them together, and then I zoomed in on sections of the statue, like the writing on the. It's in Draconic, but just the idea that there is they make reference to the inscription, and so there's a close-up of that, and there's a close-up of the face of the statue. What's missing from the Webtoons one is the silhouette of Bob in the panel. People who look at the book, or people who look at it on Patreon or GoComics or on my own website, they can see Bob looking out from around the statue. But Webtoons don't see that. That it was just. For me to have put a spotlight on Bob would be cheating. I feel like he's an Easter egg to find, not something I can. But he would not fit in the frame in any way that I couldn't. So that's the one time I can think of there is an instance the Webtoon format fell short. Like I couldn't deliver what I wanted to deliver because it was going to give the game away. But it works most of the time. If I have a 4-panel layout like these panels will all pop nicely into Webtoon's format. I can stack them on top of each other. It works great. Oh, thanks, LJ. LJ writes, looking forward to seeing the final image. When the stream ends, I will likely just keep working on this. Not pester everybody with my presence. And change my focal length for a while, take a walk. It's a little crisp outside, but I'm in Florida now. It's getting a little chilly. I know. People are dealing with snow. Backgrounds. Well, I hope people find this helpful, and I just hope everyone draws. I hope everyone's doing something creative while I'm doing this. That'd be fantastic. And I hope that this audience grows. I do think I'm always, like I was reiterating to a friend of mine, I mentioned here before, that the most hopeful thing about the future of the Middle Age and my cartooning in general is that most people have no idea who I am. And that is a very hopeful situation. The whole idea that people can discover me. I got that, again, that lovely quote, lovely comment from Colleen Duran just the other day. Been doing this for 5 years. And that was another quote that Batten Lash, a cartoonist who's no longer with us, lovely fella. I think sharing a story from Dave Sim, so this is third hand, and the idea was that I think Batten was up to issue 20 of his comic, and he was talking to Dave Sim and said, I didn't start reading you till issue at this point Cerebus was up to issue 180 or something like that, and Batten told Dave, I didn't start reading until issue 7. I've been reading all the way back since issue like 40 or something like that, like way back, issue 40, and which is 15 issues after wherever Batten was in his progress, and what that means, and how that applies to everything that people do. Like, if you're in a band and you've produced 39 albums, people won't discover you to your 40th. And there's a line in the comic about kind of that idea of, like, in the case it's Quimp and Maledicta talking about love, and how you could find it on the first try or the 309th, and that's very. This often is my quest. My foolish quest is this comic, and that 272 episode. This is episode 272, with a couple of side stories, like a Waddle Bottom side story and the little things, but I have not produced enough. But too many people still don't know about me. But that's great. That means every day I could suddenly get discovered by somebody, and like Neil Gaiman retweets it or who knows what, and then I wake up tomorrow with 50 new Patreon supporters, or you never know. But either way, that future's around. I just have to keep at it. At this point, I have to live long enough. It continues to grow, not as fast as my beard, but it grows. Oh, I just added ink to Bob's rough when I'm working on the wrong, so I'm gonna clean that up. That's one of the reasons why I want to have the middle-aged and comic book shops, because I think there's a whole audience of comic readers who have... That's kind of what I was getting at when I was talking about comic shops earlier. There's a whole audience of people who've never heard of the Middle Age, and I would love to reach them. Because I think they'll like it. Or I think a subset of them will like it. I don't expect to make money. The comic book direct market is a false hope. So if I were going to name this episode after the fact Zen, I would say that. This episode would be called #FalseHope. And I'll frankly take any kind of hope. Okay. That leaf seems a little... The leaves start to get a little too small too quickly. So I'm going to spread them out a little bit, just to make them feel a little bit bigger. Ooh, that's not good. See, this right there is no good. Unacceptable. Did start downloading music so that I'll be able to switch things up a little bit. And I do apologize if sometimes I just find myself just sketching and sketching and sketching and losing and forgetting I'm streaming. Okay, so that's some leaves in that level. I'm gonna do some foreground leaves here. Not too many, just one or two. James writes, if I were drawing and streaming, I think I'd constantly be on the wrong layer. I do it all the time as it is. I get that for sure. Okay, feels good. You know what? I have to totally thicken the lines up around these things because they're so far in the foreground. Even with Bob in silhouette, I need these to be stronger. Because I think everything's going to be in heavy shadow, heavy blue shadow. I might even black it out. So he'll just be true silhouette, but oh man, a little stretch. Okay, boom, boom. Get Bob back to regular opacity. And now under the leaves, but ahead of the is going to be our silhouette layer. Back to 100% black. Now I add like little, I take out little chips, little nicks and cuts out of most things. Like, okay, this is the danger of when I'm working on something that's so opaque and so small. Like if I do that, it really, look how chunky and bitmapped the edges of leaves are. So I have to drop the color and then slide my pencil to the left to lower the threshold, and so the edges will stay soft and not become these incredibly jagged things. And then when I use my eraser tool, using the same thin brush. Oh, that's not feathers. They're not feathers. I can't do that. But I will peel out some color to create the shape of the leaves a little bit. And then I will take nicks out of them, like where weather or a hungry caterpillar or a were caterpillar. This is a fantasy world. And a caterpillar bear. So my plan for when I'm done with this will be to probably check out Anderson's stream for a little bit, and then there's some YouTube videos that came out recently of a D&D game in which Jack Black and Deborah Ann Wall, people may know her from True Blood or the Daredevil show on Netflix. She's actually a really good dungeon master, and so there's kind of a celebrity game, and talk about herding cats. They're all trying to kind of one-up each other. From the little bit I've seen so far, they all seem to be one-upping one another. And she does a remarkable job of keeping these celebrities from stepping on each other's toes. So I shall continue to draw, and I think I'll be doing change and then color flatting, and if I am online tomorrow, it will be to do some coloring, the coloring of this page. If I can't, depending on what I can finish this evening. So I'm coloring over some shapes right now. So I'm coloring over some shapes right now. And it's okay because eventually those leaves will be filled with color, and Bob will be filled with color. And so these shapes I'm drawing on their own layer, yes I am, I had to check, will be in the foreground and help. These are all the leaves and stuff that Bob is hiding behind in order to observe this. Just like all the leaves he hid behind to hide himself from readers for so many months. Those leaves are awful. They were very regimented. And I forgot that the tree leaves up here, I decided to give a little bit of a different character to their shape, because why not make my life more difficult? whenever our hero, one of the things I love is that whenever our hero is running or fall, whatever, hits the ground, leaves are kicked up. It's kind of I love that effect so much. It's kind of like whenever there's a hurricane or a strong wind effect inside an office, suddenly, no matter how paperless the office be, there's leaves everywhere just getting kicked up. It'd be like Adobe's, a hurricane hits the Adobe office, and it doesn't matter if everything's a PDF, there's loose paper everywhere, all 8.5 by 11 sheets. Okay, that's better. So that will go behind everything, and I will fill it, and then I have to touch a little. But if you get a chance, check out the Jack Kirby Museum page. So nice for Rand to stop by. Rand, I think he runs it. I think he manages it. I've seen him at conventions, and I'm just always blown away. I saw them last, I want to say, at the Heroes Convention in Charlotte, pre-pandemic, pre-all that stuff. Okay, so those... I may add more leaves once I see all the color in place, but this is a good start. I'll lower the opacity of that, and now I'm going to put in back foliage is a condition I used to suffer. P4. This is the foliage that's in the back. And I just want to roughly put this in here. I'm going to do something much fancier with a foliage brush. I have a brush that I use that's kind of like leaves and things like that, and I'll touch that up, but I want that in place. This is just holder, but important to have there. Next thing I can show everybody before we wrap is I'm going to put in my panel borders. And so this is a bit of a cheat. Initially I would draw the panel borders fresh every single time, but my panel borders got thicker and ended up getting more character as the series went on. So boop, I've got this layer where I've got a ton of them. And because I always don't want the same ones every time. I don't want, if someone holds them up to a pane of glass, or if the pages are facing each other, that they have identical panel borders. Sometimes that can happen. Again, if anybody, and every once in a while it lines up perfectly, like I don't have to do anything, and I'm like, okay, it's apparently it's 8 o'clock. I'm being informed by my creative consultant. Are you coming up? You're camera shy. My creative consultant is here. Come here, buddy. You gonna jump up or no? He might be too tired still. He had a big he had his lunch. He and his brother had his lunch right before I started streaming, in an effort to make sure that they weren't going to bug me the whole time. That's their usual feeding time. I start at 4 o'clock specifically because they have their lunch at 3. Okay, so let's see if any of these others are close to the top one. That's close. I can flipping here. I can slide them around, but I can also just cut and paste again. 3 fingers on. That's pretty close. And then panel 4 or grid 4 was pretty much perfect. Well, actually, let me make sure these line up right. Yeah, perfectly. And then part of what I'll do is edit these quite a bit in order to make sure that there aren't weird tangents. Again, since that's not so bad. Like sometimes this panel border could have come up and just kissed the edge of the sword like that. Like, can't have that. So, but I'll examine it for that. Like this right here is a bit of a tangent, so I have to tweak that. And I might square this corner up to give his fingers more room there. Okay, but by and large, it looks okay. But I will. This is also very tight there. That feels like the walk right into that line. So I'm going to click on the layer 4 inks and move everybody back a skosh. Cool. One thing I have to do is I'm going to move these figures over that way, and then I have to move this panel border that way, and I want to give his hand room there. So those are things I'm looking at right now to fix. So panel 1 inks, I'm going to scooch them over. I'm going to scooch a skosh. Again, these are measurements if you have the graphic artist's handbook. I think I forget who publishes it, but they will tell you that I think it's 8 picas to a skosh, and you scooch a skosh. That's how it works. So what I did was I cut and pasted it. Like when the CW Flash runs out of the room. Loose papers, absolutely. So I cut and pasted that panel border so I could inch it over it. So it's on its own layer at the moment. That's going to create some extra thickness and create some gaps. But that will be enough for me to give his hand room there. And then I will scooch this guy over a little bit again, and that'll open space right there, which is great. This episode is #FalseHope, how the sausage is made. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ooh, is that guy on the inks layer? He is. He will find himself scooched. Oops. Let me turn off a couple more layers here just to make this thing look a little bit nicer before we scooch. Turn that one off. Now we still see these holes. These tears to put into our hero's garb. We put these named silhouette leaves. Sure, back foliage got its own name. And apart from those tears, that's pretty much it. Cooking comically episode. I don't know if I know what that is. Oh, look, would that be a? I don't know what that is. Is that a thing that exists? Are you talking about the Graphic Artists Guild? Yes, I am. That's sort of picas to a skosh, and I'm just please don't anyone look that up. That's not a real thing. The Graphics Artist Handbook is for real. I had one. I got one ages ago, and before that though there was a smaller handbook. The Guild Handbook was a much bigger deal. It had like sample contracts and stuff in it, but the mini handbook, I forget who put it together. Like Ames or Exacto or somebody like that. Somebody who was in the business of producing art supplies, they had a small production handbook which explained terminology, talked about conversions. When there used to be a measurement called columns based on newspapers and things like that. Like, I mean, arcane stuff. Like, might as well be hectares and cubits. Webtoon cooking recipes with a stick avatar. Oh, that's amazing! I gotta check that out. Okay, I will absolutely check that out. Cooking recipe. It's called Cooking Comically. Oh, cool! I love that. So this is our episode. Oh, I'm gonna flip it back to normal so we see the story in the order in which it's meant to appear, with room for dialogue of these guys. A kick sound effect will be added. Plenty of room for we get to figure out what they're doing and learn a little bit about those two. And then mission accomplished. So one of the things about this sort of counts as an establishing shot where you get to see where the characters are in relationship to one another. That's so important. I find that is super important for every single page, because even though you're reading this, when you binge this later on, you'll know where they are in relationship to one another, and I have to draw it knowing where people are, who's on the left, who's on the right, unless I specifically draw them cross paths. Having that establishing shot is so important because this is episodic, and that this will be there are people for whom this will be the first episode they see, and so having that establishing shot is key. I love our hero says nothing this episode. So very silly. I hope everybody liked it. I cheat with the sound effects. I'm happy to say the sound effect is kick. I'm happy to do that. That's I've said some things in here where like the magic sound effect is onomatopoeia. That's the sound it makes when you cast that spell. So yeah, it'll just be a simple kick because I want it to be clear what's going on there. He's not wiping his boots on the guy. I could if I wanted, like if I had a figure just to understand how his body's shaped, but I could have made it look like he's kicking him or giving him like a horse kick or something like that. Is that what's called? I don't know. But thank you all so much. You're all very wonderful. Happy 2022. I hope this is a wonderful year. We're due. We are owed one. And I'm really excited to hear the story. And thank you all. A number of you are supporters on Patreon. Thank you. I couldn't do it without you. And yeah, tell a friend. Let's get more people in here. And I'm so glad the chat's working. See everybody. I want everybody to see everyone else is saying. It gives people incentive to speak sometimes. I hope it never gets swamped by jerks. And yeah, I really appreciate it. I will see everybody on Wednesday. Maybe a bonus one tomorrow. Either way, lovely night. Thank you again.